Members, please make your way to the chamber so we can start on time. Members, please make your way to the chamber.
Holly ain't gonna let me forget it.
The House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Chaplain Wiley Collins. He is a senior at Army chaplain at the Alabama National Guard, and he is a guest of Representative Oliver.
I'd like to now invite you to pray with me. Heavenly Father, you are our rock defense. You are our ever-present help and source of all wisdom. At the beginning of the session, I pray for your richest blessings on the men and women of the House of Representatives and for all of their staff members. Please grant them wisdom and strength as they serve our state and make decisions that affect so many. I thank you for their incredible support for all of us who serve in the military. We pray today for all of our service members from Alabama. Please be their shield and their strength as they protect us. We pray for safety and encouragement for their families as they too make great sacrifices for our defense. Finally, we pray for all of our veterans and those who care for them. Our veterans have done so much for all of us, and they bear visible and invisible wounds from their service. We thank you for all the blessings you've given to us. We pray for your continued blessing on our military, our state, and our nation. And I pray this prayer in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Julius Williams. He is a senior at Wetumpka High School and executive officer at Wetumpka High School JROTC Battalion. He's a guest of Representative Stubbs.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Halsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shedd, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, Stodhagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
Maybe they go on to Gavan's thing. Guanlin's got an announcement or some people in the audience, reckon. No, I'm gonna do it. Do I need to do it now or go ahead and swear?
Thank everybody's attention. I would like to recognize a few guests in the gallery. James A. Bryant Jr., Alabama American Legion 21st District Commander. Sergeant Major retired Pinky White, Post 23. They're a guest of Representative Gavan. Let's give them a big hand. Thank y'all for being with us today. Members, we have a newly elected member, Representative Lands, District 10. Congratulations to her. The pro tem will now preside while we give the oath of office. Okay. Well, get somebody to hold the Bible. Your husband can come up here. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
If we have everybody's attention, place your hand on the Bible. Raise your left hand there and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Marilyn Lands,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
to support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Alabama,
and the Constitution of the State of Alabama,
so long as I continue a citizen thereof,
so long as I continue a citizen thereof,
and that I will faithfully and honestly
and that I will faithfully and honestly
discharge the duties of the office upon which I'm about to enter
discharge the duties of the office to which I am about to enter,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Congratulations. You want to say anything?
Thank you, Speaker Ledbetter, and I just want to say how glad I am to be here with all of you. I am looking forward to serving. My very first priority is to build relationships here, so I look forward to getting to know all of you and talking more about what we have in common and what we represent, what our values are, and who we're about. Again, I'm just thrilled to be here. I'm ready to serve this great state of Alabama. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. While we have him, would like to recognize in the gallery Tuscaloosa County Engineer Scott Adis, as well as Tracy Griss, Assistant Engineer, the guest of Bill Lamb, Bolton, Brinyard, Almond, Travis, McCampbell, and England. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. Also, we have Alabama School Boards, District 1 through 5. Thank y'all for being with us today. And Alabama Arise. Let's give them a big hand. Thank y'all for being with us. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Are there any objections? Here, no objections. Absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 17th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 17th legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, to read the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Speaker Pro Tem Pringle, for purpose of making announcements.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you might want to take your seats and put on your seatbelt. I got a whole long list of announcements. Today is Military Appreciation Day. We have a joint session at 1:30. The Electric Cities of Alabama reception will be held tonight at the RSA Plaza Terrace from 4:30 to 6. The Alabama Credit Union Association reception will be held tonight at the Alabama Realtors Building from 5 to 6:30. The Rural Caucus will have a dinner tonight at the garage from 6 o'clock p.m. on. Tomorrow, is that the third? No, that's right, tomorrow night, I'm sorry. The Alabama Association of Rescue Squads Advocacy Day will be held tomorrow, April the 3rd at the State House. The Alabama Pharmacy Association lunch will be tomorrow, April the 3rd from 11 to 1 on the Capitol lawn. Sweet Grown Alabama luncheon will be held tomorrow from 11 to 1 at the Alabama Cattlemen's Association. The Alabama Association of Regulatory Boards reception will be held at 4:30 tomorrow at the Capitol Oyster Bar. The Airbus reception will be tomorrow from 5 to 7 at Ravello's. The Alabama Beverage Association reception will be tomorrow from 5 to 7 at the Department of Archives and History. The Alabama Association of Rescue Squads Seafood Bash will be tomorrow from 5:30 to 6:30 at the Alabama Activity Center. And the Nurse Practitioner Alliance of Alabama reception will be held from 6 p.m. at Ravello.
Pro Tem Pringle, you're further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn today. We leave the journal open for the clerk to finish his paperwork, and that we reconvene Thursday, April the 4th at 9 a.m. At 9? Okay. I thought we went to 10. What? 10.
So nine for approval, so 10 next.
Okay, all right. Thursday at 9 a.m.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion prevails. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a time-sensitive resolution and move to suspend the rules for consideration.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, the clerk will receive the resolution.
Resolution from Representative Lovern.
Chairman Lovern.
If I have the clerk read the resolution. No.
I need, look at me, dates.
House Joint Resolution, be it resolved by the Legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that a joint session of the Alabama Legislature will be held at 1:30 p.m. on Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024, in the House chamber for the purpose of observing Military Appreciation Day 2024.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The resolution has been adopted. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Motion to recess.
Recess for joint session.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess for the purposes of a joint session.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are in recess. While we're waiting on the joint session, we'd also like to welcome the drug-free communities of Dallas County. They're here with Representative Chestnut. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us. Also, we have with us Dr. Eckelman's political science class from the University of Montevallo, and as a guest of the Shelby County delegation. Thank y'all for being with us. Also, we have the superintendent of Midfield Schools, Midfield, Alabama, Superintendent Sean Williams. Let's give them a big hand, and board member Nathan Williams, representative of Patrick Sellers. Thank y'all for being with us today.
a favor? I don't know what time they're gonna want this. Thank you. I'll make it worth your while. I have money. I'm single, and I have money. I'm on Social Security too. I'm gonna have to, all you'll have to do. Yeah, just.
Yeah. Hey, tell Jess to come here. Yeah, Alicia. Yeah. And they're just gonna come in. Yeah. They're just gonna come in. Okay. Girl, did you take that picture of me and Nathaniel going like this? Yeah, all right. So then the color guard will just come in there. You just need to, then after that, the national anthem, I'll recognize them. Okay. All right. Hey, I got a question. All right. How are you doing? He coming? Reed, always late. Yes. You, Nathaniel, then you. Then if you need to go up there, can, or whatever. We're going to need to be down here to speak, right? You can just go down there. I'll just, after, because we got national anthem, then after that, I'll just. Okay, so after that, then the two of us can just. Yeah. All right. Ready? This joint session will now come to order.
Bogarde, Vogt, Minter, 8, Friedman, R.
All right, this time I'd like to invite Scott Blake to sing the national anthem.
Please join in with me. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Order, arm, Mr. Faith, or art.
All right, I want to welcome everyone. If y'all could grab a seat. Our first speaker is going to be Speaker Ledbetter.
Let me say it's an honor to welcome so many of you who served the state in the State House and served our country for today's Military Day. I truly believe if you were born in this great country, you've won the lottery. America is the land of the free, and only because of the home of the brave. And for every freedom, we have every opportunity. We have the ability to pursue every night as we sleep in safe and secure home. It's only possible because of the men and women in uniform put their lives on the line to defend our way of life. The men and women offer themselves to serve our country, represent the very best of us. Without them, there is no such thing as an American dream. In Alabama, we're truly blessed. We have 5 active bases with over almost 13,000 active duty servicemen, with 6,500 active duty spouses, 14,000 active duty children, and 24,000 National Guard reserves in our state, and almost 400,000 veterans that calls Alabama home. Every Air Force officer that has graduated has done it here in Montgomery, at our university at Maxville Air Force Base. And every Army aviator was trained in Fort Novosel in the Wiregrass. It is safe to say that Alabama plays a vital role in supporting national defense and ensuring America's mission of readiness. Alabama is proudly a place where we support those who serve and have served. We're military friendly as it gets in our great state, and I'm committed to ensuring that it stays that way for the future. So if you're active duty, a reserve, a veteran, a spouse, or a child, let me say thank you. And please join me in giving these great American heroes a tremendous round of applause. Thank you for your service.
All right. Thank you, Speaker Ledbetter. Now I want to recognize the Pro Tem, Senator Greg Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, again, offer my word of welcome to you for this great event today. We're here for a very noble and exciting opportunity that we have the privilege of enjoying every year as we celebrate those that serve our military. I wanted to be able to mention a couple of topics that I think are noteworthy for the state of Alabama as we honor those in military service today and those that are veterans that are in our state. Alabama has the nation's oldest and longest running Veterans Day Parade in Birmingham, Alabama. If you've been to the Veterans Day Parade in Birmingham, raise your hand. I have. I carried my kids every year. It was always a great time. Also, Alabama has 33 Medal of Honor recipients. 33 Medal of Honor recipients from our state. Also, the Tuskegee Airmen, of which we had the honor and privilege of giving a resolution to a week before last in our Senate chamber. They broke down barriers across the nation in helping the military be in a position to allow people of all colors and race to be able to serve with honor and distinction in Alabama's military. And those folks are from right here in Alabama. The men and women who serve in our nation's military are the heartbeat of what makes the United States of America the greatest country in the world. And the fact that we would honor you all today and thank you for your dedicated service is something that is a great privilege for me and for those in this chamber. So on a personal note, we all have someone that has served, someone that has worn the uniform. And that guy for me is my mother's brother, Gary Collier from Dora, Alabama. A Marine, lied about his age at 17 to join the Marines to go to Vietnam. 3 tours of duty in Vietnam, 3 Purple Hearts, and many other awards. He is the hero of our family. And you all have those kind of heroes in your family as well. We are amongst heroes today that are doing just what my uncle did in serving the United States of America so that we enjoy and are provided the freedoms that we have in our nation. So I want to say thank you to all those that have served and are serving in our military today. God bless you all. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reed. Next, I want to recognize Senator Andrew Jones. Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is such an honor to be here with you today and an honor to serve as chair of the Senate Military Veterans and Public Safety Committee. I call our committee the MVP committee, Military Veterans Public Safety, not because we're MVPs, but because we support and back up the MVPs. All those who wear a uniform, we want to be helpful, and I think we've got a great legislative package this year to do that. I'd like to take a moment to recognize members of the Senate and House Veterans Military Affairs Committee. If y'all would just stand for a second and let us recognize you. Let's give these men and women a round of applause. Our committee's been very busy this year supporting our men and women in uniform. We have been active in going, Chairman Oliver here, he's going to speak in a minute, is a great counterpart to work with. It's amazing to see how much the state of Alabama has to offer when it comes to military and veterans. And it's amazing to think about the potential, and we're going to do everything we can to fight, to protect, and to keep that, and to maintain that. Our committee this year has been to Anniston Army Depot. We have been to Pell City to the Veterans Affairs facility there. We've been to Maxwell Air Force Base. We've been down to Vets Recover in Mobile. We have been to Fort Novosel. Some of our committee members were there. And we've also, some of us went with the Air Refueling Wing out to Texas. And that's just a taste, folks, of all the things that exist in the state of Alabama that we want to fight to protect. Our military package, I want to thank Jake and the Military Stability Commission for all that they do. Lieutenant Governor Ainsworth chairs that. We want to do everything we can to support these men and women, pass bills that are going to improve our rankings and protect us from any type of base closure, discussion even being brought up. So a lot of folks are involved, but today we want to honor the men and women who've served and who continue to serve. Thank y'all for being here, and to just know that we in the legislature stand ready to support you however we can. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Senator Jones. The next speaker, Representative Ed Oliver.
I'm Ed Oliver. I'm chairman of the House Military and Veterans Affairs Committee. And really, I just want to say how much we really do appreciate you being here. Military Appreciation Day in my house is every day. And I think it should be that way in everybody's house. Without the military, what are we as a country? We don't exist. All of our freedoms we owe to the military. Anecdotally, I've got a family member here who is my military hero, who is Sergeant Allison Oliver. Is she up here somewhere? If she was in the gallery, y'all wave at her. She's not going to tell us anyway. I have a daughter that is a boom operator on a KC-135 tanker. I've got a son that is a mechanic / gunner on a CH-47 Chinook. And I myself am a retired Army aviator. Not that that makes me any more special than anybody else that ever wore a green suit or a blue suit or anything else. I'm very proud of that history and very proud that I get to serve in this capacity. Our job is a committee is to actually make Alabama the best place for a military person to retire or to live, whether they're active component or reserve or guard or retired. I think we're making a lot of progress. We've got a couple of initiatives we're working on right now. One is a Veterans Courts initiative that will take a couple of years to implement. But we've got a Supreme Court justice and a bunch of circuit court judges that are trying to put veterans courts in every circuit in the state. I think that will be huge for the state. Another initiative we have is a mental health program that we're trying to revamp right now that also would be monumental. And working with the Alabama Department of Veterans Affairs and State Mental Health, also that would be an initiative that will make a lot of difference in the way the state functions. So in closing, just let me say once again, we appreciate the military. We appreciate all the members of this body that have served, all the members of this state that have served, all the members of this country that have served and are serving. And thank you for being here today.
All right, thank you, Representative Oliver. Next, we have General Heath Collins, United States Air Force Director of the Missile Defense Agency. General Collins.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor to be here, and it's great to be back in the city of Montgomery. It's been quite a while since I've been assigned here, but I'm actually here on behalf of all the senior military leaders at Redstone Arsenal. Truly honored to be here today to address this joint session. I want to start by expressing my thanks for that kind introduction. I also want to thank the Alabama Military Stability Commission for hosting the Military Appreciation Day, honoring our American Armed Forces and the great partnership we have with the state of Alabama. I also want to extend my gratitude to all of you distinguished members of the Alabama Senate and the House of Representatives for all of the legislation that you have passed and that you are going to pass in support of our service members, our veterans, our families, and our communities. Alabama is known across the nation and in the military ranks as a military-friendly and patriotic state, as you can see today. So too are the great Alabama communities surrounding our installations across the state, including my very own Madison-Huntsville community. Now, I have the absolute privilege of serving as the director of the Missile Defense Agency, and we are part of the Redstone Arsenal family. I'm humbled and honored by our mission to provide the layered missile defenses that protect our United States, our great nation, our deployed warfighters and allies and partners worldwide. The Von Braun complex on Redstone Arsenal is the hub of Missile Defense Agency operations, our largest of 4 major MDA locations across the country. It's the center of gravity for a critical no-fail mission. I want you to know that we are very grateful, not only to Redstone, but to the surrounding communities and the state for what they do, what you do, year in and year out, to support the development and delivery of missile defense capabilities to the warfighter to defeat a proliferating and ever-increasingly dangerous threat. The Redstone communities have been longtime champions of our armed forces and have never been afraid to champion innovation in the service of our nation's national security. Without question, they are leading supporters of the missile defense mission in particular, which is what makes Redstone Arsenal a true home for the Missile Defense Enterprise and the Missile Defense Agency. In return, I assure you that we have you covered. We and all 65 Redstone organizations have long been beneficiaries of Redstone Arsenal Home, which has some of the nation's brightest minds with a workforce of over 45,000 men and women. There are 10 organizations from multiple federal agencies, including NASA, the Department of Defense, Department of Justice, to include the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Arms. As the global environment gets more dangerous, with numerous conflicts and ever-increasing provocative peer adversaries, the organizations at Redstone are in the fight, each and every day providing critical services such as logistics and readiness, space and missile defense, including homeland defense, research, development, test, and evaluation, including missiles, space, and aviation acquisitions, and intelligence. And I know that Redstone Arsenal is one of the largest contributors to the regional economy and Alabama's economy, supporting the top industries contributing to our national defense, including scientific research and development, architecture and engineering, aerospace product manufacturing, and computer design. Team Redstone's success is directly tied to the accomplishments of our local and regional education systems, and to its ability to recruit and train a talented workforce. They're a community of choice with the best in education, infrastructure, and quality of life. Redstone Arsenal is the biggest engine of economic impact, not only for Madison County, Limestone County, and the northern region of Alabama, but also for the entire Tennessee Valley. The economies in this region benefit from an influx of more than $30 billion when considering military presence and contracts led by the Department of Defense and the over 90,000 military government and contractor personnel on the arsenal. Redstone's commitment to smart growth is the foundation of its success and is unparalleled in this country. Our nation's armed forces truly appreciate your continued focus on improving the quality of life for our service members, our veterans, and our families, and your dedication to improving the communities around all of our installations in the state of Alabama. Again, I'm honored. Thank you for your support of our nation's great military, and thank you for allowing me to participate in today's Day of Appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, General Collins. Next speaker is General David Pritchett, the ATAG Alabama National Guard. General Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Senate and the House, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I'm very thankful for Governor Ivey for calling me back home to Alabama. We're on month number 3 back from Wyoming, so it's good to be back home. I just want to take opportunity and tell you a little bit about your National Guard, because it is your National Guard, and just some of the great things they're doing. And I'm going to start with our recruiting efforts. So if you look at the Department of Defense, really writ large, it's very difficult at this point in time to recruit whatever branch of the armed forces you're in. I think the Marines were the only one that met their recruiting goals last year. Now, specifically, the Army National Guard did meet, and I'm talking about nationally, we met our recruiting goals. So that's a good news story. But the better news story for Alabama is we have roughly just under 10,000 positions for soldiers in the Alabama National Guard. We have over 500 soldiers, 10,500 soldiers beyond our authorizations, which is a good news story. Doesn't come without its own problems. When you have more slots than you actually have, where you have less force structure than you have people or soldiers, but it's a good news story. So when I go to General Jensen and said, hey, Alabama would really like additional force structure, it's a pretty easy conversation to have because it's hard to turn us down. So that's a good news story for us. Then I want to talk about a little bit about the air side, and specifically, Colonel Adams is standing here. He's standing here. I'm going to give Colonel Adams a hand. He's the, all right, you can. So he's the wing commander for the 117th Air Refueling Wing, and they are well over 100% strength too, so kudos to you and your team, and just the magnificent job that they're doing up in Birmingham. So we saw recently, and many of you were at the fly-in event for the F-35s that arrived here at Danley Field, and if you haven't been out there lately, it's amazing the work they're doing out there. They're moving dirt, they're building new buildings. The red tails are showing up. I think there's 8 of them now. You'll see them if you come to the air show over the weekend. So that's a good news story. But, and for all of it, many of you here today did a magnificent job years ago helping us get those F-35s. So I'm back asking for your help. So how old is the KC-135s, Colonel Adams?
The newest one was built in 1963.
The newest airframe he has was built in the 1960s? 63. So we're here to collectively ask for everybody from the federal congressional delegates all down to the community leaders in Birmingham, and you're helping. But just as a reminder, we need your help because the KC-46, or the KC Next, as you may hear it called, that's our next big project to make sure we keep them relevant and keep them in the fight. So thank you in advance for that. Just a couple of things. We've mentioned the legislative priorities, and yes, we are very grateful to be in a state that supports our military, and there's some specific things for the Guard that's going to help us. Completion of a Huntsville Armory, some additional matching funds to help with that, so thank you for that. State income tax exemptions for deployed service members. That's a big deal, and we appreciate their support on that. And then just redefining our Alabama Code for Military Justice will be very helpful as well. So just a couple other things. Last month, I was able to go down to the southwest border, and if you didn't know this, Alabama has a significant, I can't tell you how many, we have a significant number of soldiers that are down there helping on the southwest border. The 226 Maneuver Enhancement Brigade out of Mobile, Alabama are responsible for all 2,000 miles of that border, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific at that brigade level. So they oversee that, working out of El Paso and doing fabulous work down there. I've heard nothing but remarkable things about that command team and what they're doing for them. And then the 158th Support Maintenance Company out of Tallahassee, Alabama is responsible specifically for the New Mexico border, and I was able to drive the border in a day with their commander and just see the remarkable work that they're doing down there. And finally, I'll end with this. On Saturday, I was able to go to Eufaula and visit the 1103rd Combat Sustainment Battalion, who will deploy very soon. They're actually in Texas training. They got on a, when the rest of us were hunting Easter eggs and going to preaching on Sunday, they were boarding a plane to go to their training site. So just remember all of them in your prayers, and we appreciate the opportunity to serve, and thank you for your support, Mr. President.
Thank you, General Pritchett. Next speaker will be Colonel Ryan Richardson, United States Air Force, Commander 42nd Air Base Wing, Maxwell Air Force Base. Excuse me.
Thanks, sir, and thank you to the body. That's It's about a year ago, I think I had the opportunity to address you, and it's just been such an honor. And there's a few truisms in military life, and one of those is when you get invited to these events and you start seeing far more unfamiliar faces in the audience than there are familiar faces, you realize that it's about time for you to go. And so as my family and I came here about 18, 20 months ago, we find ourselves departing in this season of change. Season of change that will not only affect families, but also our Air Force, as you talk about great power competition and the shifts that are happening globally, but specifically at Maxwell Air Force Base. We're proud to have raised our family here. We're so thankful for how the state of Alabama, the county of Montgomery, the cities, the mayors, the elected leaders, and just the communities have embraced our families and championed our mission sets. As we reflect on this last year, I think about Operation Welcome Home, an event that marked the 50th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam conflict, marking of 75th anniversary of executive order that integrated our armed services, the repatriation of 43 prisoners of war right here at Maxwell Air Force Base. We just celebrated the 51st year anniversary of the Vietnam conflict, and I'd be remiss if I didn't thank all those that served. And I can see in the shadows up there members from the VFW and American Legion, those representing our veteran organizations. I just want to say thank you very much. We're in the fight for you every day, and we know and are very proud to know that you're in the fight with us. We reflect on this last year and we think about the 187th Fighter Wing and the work that Maxwell was able to do to support the Red Tails bearing out and being present over our skies. There's no such thing as noise complaints over Maxwell Air Force Base, so keep ripping it, Colonel Vaughn. The 908th Airlift Wing will transition into the Flying Training Wing. We are proud to say that we'll accept our first Gray Wolf helicopter tomorrow at about 11 o'clock. Ceremony to follow about a month later, but the work that has been done not only by the men and women at Maxwell Air Force Base, but this body has been exceptional in bringing that to fruition. Hosting the National Security Forum and then the largest fly-in that we've had in recent memory with the 19th Air Force, all leading up to the air show this weekend. And I heard the general say, if you go, we'd love to see you out there. It's when you go to the air show. So Saturday and Sunday, we're going to crank off and display some pretty righteous air power over the river region. We talked last year about how important it is and how we view the installation, the formation, and the community. And we talk about base to command, the work that has been done in science and technology, specifically with our schools. This Friday, we will host nearly 4,000 students from across the Tri-County area on a STEM Expo, largely backed by NASA and the work at Redstone and others. It's going to be an amazing opportunity to continue that exposure for our students and children. Think about the work we've done with the medical teams and medical care. We hosted a series of events, the third one coming up soon, but the first one in pediatrics. We hosted 35 practitioners of varying specialties focused on pediatrics on the installation, many of whom provide care to military-connected families and have for decades. And out of those 35, only 3 had ever stepped foot on the installation. That's on us. The ability, our necessity to open up the base to the communities that support us and embrace us is imperative. Interesting enough, it happened to be also SOS, Squadron Officer School karaoke that night, with about 300 captains going full tilt. And as I followed 5 practitioners up the stairs, you had 300 captains singing, "You've Lost That Lovin' Feeling." And they turned around and they said, "Oh my God, Top Gun is real." And it is. So those opportunities, to include those that I don't know that everybody understands nor appreciates the work that Alabama does for the whole of the Southeast. We are the largest FEMA incident support base. When a hurricane hits, we are present. Nearly 70 to 80% of all food, water, and infant supplies come right through Maxwell Air Force Base in the state of Alabama, and we're proud to support that. As we think about the next fight that we will fight to deter and then fight to win if necessary, great power competition and those lines of effort, specifically vis-a-vis China, Russia, and Iran and North Korea. we are ready, and we are readying ourselves at Maxwell. As we retransformed Officer Training School, if you don't know, about 70% of all officers in the United States Air Force come through Maxwell, and 100% of our senior non-commissioned officers. We are ready for that work as we set forth to create the first in a long time, a warrant officer school on Maxwell Air Force Base as we bring that back. Thinking about the next fight and how we prepare joint all-domain wargaming, making a ready force and readying that force when kinetics is not required, how to think through those decisions in a way where we are ready before we are required to put our treasure on the line. It's 100% true that our enemy doesn't fear old colonels like me. They fear communities like you. The fight that we're preparing for is a whole of nation fight. It's a whole of community fight, how we prepare, how we think. We used to talk about quality of life and resilience and readiness in separate bins, the nice to haves and the must haves. I would offer as we prepare for the next fight, that mesh is indistinguishable. What it is that was once nice to have is necessary for not only the resilience of the military, airmen, soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Guardians, but it's also necessary for their families to prepare for a conflict that we've never seen before. I'm reminded every day I drive onto Maxwell, the first building on the right is Building 500. We heard reference to the Tuskegee Airmen. Building 500 housed the United States Armed Forces Southeast Flying Training Center. That is the command under which the Tuskegee Airmen flew. If you go to Tuskegee and you see there's only one patch on those airplanes, the two airplanes in the museum, and it's that patch. And as most Air Force and Army lineage bears out, it explains each element of the patch. The red griffin across the top represents the airmen who were trained. The blue skies represent the blue skies of the Southeast, each of the lightning bolts, the phases of flight. But it's rare that one of the patches out of the 1940s bore out with no Latin. It's English. It's simple, it's intuitive, and it's as true today as it was in the 1940s when we trained those airmen. Prepare for combat. When someone asks you what we do at Maxwell, that's what we do here. Prepare for combat and prepare others for the same. It's an honor to serve. It's an honor to be an honorary Alabamian, at least for a little while longer. And you can count on us at Maxwell and the Gunnery Annex. Thank you so much for your service, and thank you to those that serve. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Colonel Richardson. Next speaker is Representative Chad Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Mr. Governor, I would move that the clerk read the resolution honoring Amherst E. Hanson.
Whereas, with great pride and special pleasure, highest commendations are conveyed to Technical Sergeant Ambers E. Hanson for personal and professional achievements, and whereas centenarian Ambers Hanson, born July 31st, 1923, has dedicated much of his life to the service of his country, and at great personal sacrifice. He interrupted his high school education to serve in World War II, and his university education to serve in the Korean War. And whereas in 1942, at the age of 19, Mr. Hanson left high school and his family farm in Cleburne County to enlist in the United States Army Air Corps, where he was assigned to serve as a radio operator on B-17 and B-24 aircraft running bombing missions overseas. During training, his plane crashed and he survived. He was stationed at Mendlesham, England, and flew 25 missions before he reached the age of 21 as a member of the mighty 8th, the 8th Air Force, 34th Bomb Group, 391st Bomb Squadron. The name of the B-17 he flew with his crew was Battling Butch. The crew flew bombing missions in France, Germany, and Czechoslovakia, as well as food drops over Holland. For his service, Technical Sergeant Hansen earned the Air Medal with 3 oak leaf clusters, the European African Medal, Middle Eastern Campaign Medal with 2 Bronze Stars, and the World War II Victory Medal. And whereas following the war, Mr. Hansen accomplished the brave goal of returning to high school as an adult. The principal was impressed by his determination and dedication and encouraged him to pursue a college education. He first enrolled at West Georgia College, now part of the University of Georgia, for 1 year and a half. He then transferred to Auburn University, which was still called Alabama Polytech Institute. That was until he was called to serve again. He served 1 year in the Korean War and returned to Auburn to resume his education and graduated with a degree in agriculture economics in 1952. For 35 years, he continued to serve others with the Soil Conservation Service, combating soil erosion and supporting farmers across the nation. And whereas Amber Hansen's life story is a testament to resilience, the pursuit of knowledge, and a commitment to serving others. Now therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that Representative Robertson and Lovern extend highest commendations to the United States veteran Ambers E. Hansen for his many personal and professional accomplishments that he pursued in service to his country, both in combat and as a civilian. This resolution is offered to him as evidence of that regard, with best wishes for continued prosperity.
Mr. Amherst could not make it today. His wife, Jean Hansen, Miss Jean Hansen, and his son, Scott Hansen, are here to receive this honor.
It's my great honor to be here today and accept this proclamation from my husband. He would love to be here. He lives at home with me. We've been married 71 years now. We have 2 children, 2 grandchildren, 7 great-grandchildren. Because of his service, they're all pursuing an education. He taught them well. He's my hero.
All right, I want to thank everyone that was a part of this. This concludes the joint session.
Good to see you, sir.
debate on 2 on Matt's field, but I don't think it's going to be bad. Unless she just is not speaking for the Renegades, like Wandlin, and I can't say John Rogers anymore, can I? I need to find out what she's putting on her hair. I need my hair to grow like that.
The House will come to order. The clerk will now receive reports of standing committees, receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions. The House now will receive resolution report from Committee on Rules. Clerk will read the resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 116 by Representative Hall, celebrating the Alabama Delta Days on March 21st, 2024. House Joint Resolution number 128 by Representative Harbison, commending Taiwan on its relations with the United States and the state of Alabama. Senate Joint Resolution number 26 by Senator Wagoner, commending Alabama's 2023 record export sales and recognizing Alabama's international trade and export professionals, trade partnerships, and Alabama businesses that export their products. Senate Joint Resolution number 35 by Senator Reed, commending and congratulating the Jasper High School girls basketball team and coaches upon winning the Alabama High School Athletic Association 5A State Basketball Championship. Senate Joint Resolution number 36 by Senator Roberts, commending Dr. James Andrews on his retirement. Senate Joint Resolution number 38 by Senator Jones, celebrating the life of Chris Abney Ziegler Dendy, MS.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. The resolutions are adopted. Clerk, call the next resolution.
House Joint Resolution number 119 by Representative Wadsworth, naming a portion of Alabama State Route 257 in Winston County, Alabama, the Arlie Smith Lake Parkway.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 37 by Senator Wagner, recognizing February 6, 2024 as Ronald Reagan Day in the state of Alabama.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are adopted. Clerk, see the first uncontested local bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 89 by Representative Mooney, relating to Shelby County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 50 ayes, 0 nays, 50 abstentions. The BR has been adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 89. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote.
I think it's more.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 20 ayes, 0 nays, 81 abstentions. HB 89 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 271 by Representative Fiddler, relating to Baldwin County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
They can determine the. There are. Like they will.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 55 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 275. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 20 ayes, 50 nays. HB 271 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 272 by Representative Robbins, relating to Talladega County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR on HB 272. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Probably what they're trying to do.
Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 52 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 272. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 272 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 281 by Representative Hill relating to St. Clair County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote.
They're saying not a bad idea in some ways.
Clerk lock machine, record the votes. 48 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 281. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record votes. 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 281 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 319 by Representative Oliver relating to Tallapoosa County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote.
Send me an email. It will take me around.
Clerk will lock machine, record votes. 49 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 319. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote.
Look, see it, because they may not, I don't know.
Clerk will lock machine, record vote. 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 319 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 322 by Representative Wood R relating to Calhoun County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote.
Also.
Clerk will lock machine, record votes. 50 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 322. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote.
Appreciate it.
Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 11 ayes, 0 nays. HB 322 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 323 by Representative Wood R relating to Calhoun County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 47 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 323. Clerk will unlock machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 13 ayes, 0 nays. HB 323 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 328 by Representative Bedsole relating to Shelby County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 48 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 328. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 15 ayes, 0 nays. HB 328 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 341 with substitute by Representative Hulk Jones relating to Baldwin County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 47 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 22 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 341. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 19 ayes, 0 nays. HB 341 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 342 by Representative Hulk Jones relating to Baldwin County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 47 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of 342. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 18 ayes, 0 nays. HB 342 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 132, a constitutional amendment by Representative Gibbons relating to Baldwin County.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan. Representative, could you come and explain this bill, please?
Look it out here. No, that's good.
Representative Givens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Baldwin County is one of the larger counties that does not have any requirements for probate judge. You can be digging ditches one day and run for probate judge the next. So this is a bill to put before the people to vote to have a law degree, a law license, to be eligible to run for probate judge. Baldwin County has grown tremendously. It's such a large county now, and many others feel like this is something that needs to take place in Baldwin County, that we have someone more qualified to rule on these families that need assistance from the judge of probate.
Okay, good explanation. We good?
Yeah, I said.
All right, question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. Well, this is a constitutional amendment requiring 63 votes. 63 votes. What's the BIR? I'm sorry, my bad. We ain't got that far yet. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 54 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Before you vote on the bill, this pertains to Baldwin County only. So I need your support. Thank you. And it will go before the citizens of Baldwin County. All the voters will vote on it in the November election.
Okay, you've heard the explanation. Question for the body is adoption of HB 132, which is a constitutional amendment. Clerk will unlock machine and members vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 63 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have a resolution for the local application, which also requires 63 votes. Clerk will unlock the machine and members vote.
No vote.
Clerk will lock machine, record vote. 63 ayes, 0 nays. HB 132 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 262, a constitutional amendment by Representative Colvin relating to Marshall County.
Representative Colvin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This local CA would just allow the citizens of Marshall County to vote to make Marshall County a wet county, and I move the BIR.
Okay, as questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you explain your bill to me?
Yes, we are, Marshall County is still a dry county, and we've had a lot.
Why? What do you mean by that?
You cannot buy alcohol in the unincorporated areas of Marshall County, so we're just letting those people vote to see if they want them to be able to buy it out there.
Now, how much sin do you think that's going to bring into Marshall County?
That's a good question.
You haven't done that research.
No.
So I guess the best way for us to know is to go ahead and pass this bill.
I think that's the best way to know.
Sound like
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court vote 69 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment I'd like to offer.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Yeah, I just had, nope. I can explain it. That's fine. The amendment just makes that if Mary Moore is in Marshall County, she has to buy drinks for me. So, no, it's just clarifying language how the county commission can regulate the sale.
You've heard the explanation of the amendment.
And I move the amendment. Just clarifying how the county commission can regulate the sale. Talking about how they can tax it. We're just cleaning up how they can apply a tax.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Vance.
I know. Go easy on this, man.
I just have one question. Now, you know you all right with me, but listen. You mean to tell me Marshall County wants to become a wet county, but, and you know the but, but you voted no on the gambling.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's germane to this bill exactly.
I think the chair makes that decision. I think it is.
Some of your good Republican friends sent me up here to just get you to clarify this response.
Well, I think while the citizens of Marshall County and in the unincorporated areas, they may want to have a beer on Lake Gunnersville, but they don't want to play blackjack on Lake Gunnersville. So we're just, it's two different issues.
But they play blackjack somewhere else and drink somewhere.
Not to my knowledge.
I was trying to get the clarity on there, but I just wanted to get an understanding as to if you voted no on the gaming, but you are here advocating for the liquor.
Well, one step at a time, Ms. Cavan, one step at a time.
Oh, okay. Well, they told me Jesus turned water into wine.
He did.
So I guess they get ready to do that in where? What's the county?
Marshall County.
In Marshall County. God bless Marshall County.
Question for the body now is passes to adopt the amendment. Clerk will unlock machine, the members vote. Clerk will lock machine, record votes 53 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, move for final passage as amended.
That's question's final passage, requiring 63 votes. Clerk will unlock machine and the members vote. CA requires 63 votes. Nope.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 64 ayes and 0 nays. CA has passed. Question for the body now is local application. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 51 ayes, 0 nays. HB 262 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Drinks on me in Marshall County.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 268, a constitutional amendment by Representative Stringer relating to Baldwin County.
Representative Stringer recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that's relating to Baldwin County. It's going to make the White House Fort District a landmark district in Baldwin County, and it's relating to Baldwin County only. Yes.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk lock machine, record vote. 66 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Stringer.
Yes, sir. Move for final passage.
That is a question of final passage of 268. This is a CA requiring 63 votes. Clerk unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record vote. 65 ayes, 0 nays. HB 268 is passed. Question for the body now is final local application. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record votes. 59 ayes, 0 nays. HB 268 has passed.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 343, a constitutional amendment by Representative Hulk Jones relating to Baldwin County.
Representative Holt Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the body, this is also a landmark district bill for the community of Bon Secour.
Heard the explanation of the bill. Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record vote. 64 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is passage of HB 343. CA requiring 63 votes. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record vote. 65 ayes, 0 nays. HB 343 has passed. Question for the body now is local application. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record votes. 58 ayes, 0 nays. HB 343 has passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 136 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Chairman Lovern, you're recognized.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call first bill on special order calendar.
On page 42 of the calendar, House Bill number 280 by Representative Lovern relating to education.
Chairman Lovern, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the body. HB 280 is a bill that affects all of our districts in Alabama, affects many of us personally. Under existing law, public K-12 schools, drug and alcohol prevention programs are required to include certain information and instruction. This bill would require research-based instruction on fentanyl prevention and drug poisoning awareness to be provided to students in grades 6 through 12. And with that, I'd move for the BIR.
That is the question, is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Lovern.
Now move for final passage.
That is questions final passage of HB 280. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 280 has passed. Mr. Chairman, I think you got some special guests on this particular piece of legislation. Let me give you a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill, when you're dealing with something that affects many lives, you have to personalize it for people to realize the importance, significance. And we have named this the Price-Hornsby Act. And just a little note from Price, he passed away in March of 2021. He was a student at Auburn High School that graduated early and was waiting to take the steps to possibly join serving in our military through the Space Academy. And his life was taken short and too quick, and his parents certainly wanted to make sure his name moved forward and had a legacy that would move to help prevent this from happening for other families that might face this tragedy. And we are honored to have it in our gallery today to Ray and Lee Hornsby and many family and friends. And if this time I'd ask them to stand so we could recognize them. We want you to know that we are with you, we're listening, and we're working to try to prevent this from happening for other families. And thank you for the legacy that Price will live on. And I'd like to open this up for co-sponsors. Yeah.
That's what we were looking for. I didn't see it in the video. Sometimes you don't miss it.
Mr. Clerk, I'd like to open this up for co-sponsors, please.
Miss, I think you're.
Clerk will lock the machine. 95 co-sponsors. Sure recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan, for a point of personal privilege. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 13 of the calendar, House Bill number 227 with substitute by Representative Simpson relating to ethics.
Hey, how are you?
Chairman Simpson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess it's too early to move for the BIR.
Never too early.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the body. I want to start today with a report that was made in 2019 by the Code of Ethics Clarification and Reform Commission. This was pursuant to an act in 2018 that this commission was created to examine our ethics laws. The second sentence in this report says this: in establishing the commission, the legislature recognized that the current Code of Ethics was originally enacted more than 40 years ago and has been amended at least 25 times since that time, and that the piecemeal amendments combined with evolving interpretations of portions of the code have created confusion regarding the scope and application of the numerous sections of the code. The legislature further recognized in the act that the Code of Ethics applies to more than 300,000 individuals and their families in our state, from statewide elected officials to local public servants such as teachers and firefighters, and that the public is best served by clearly articulated ethical standards and policies so that our state's public servants and the general public can better ensure that our government operates with confidence and integrity. That commission was co-chaired by Attorney General Steve Marshall and Ethics Director Tom Albred. That's the report that was made in 2019. People have asked why would I take up this issue, this third rail of politics? When I was elected in November of 2018, the second thing that we did the next week after the election, we came in and had orientation. At that orientation process, there was a panel of ethics attorneys. There were 3 ethics attorneys on that panel. When members of the legislature were asked the question and answer as to what happened, and please, there are several members that were still here when this happened. When members of the legislature asked the attorneys who practice, who specialize in ethics in Alabama, what we could and couldn't do, we got 3 separate answers. One attorney would say yes, one attorney would say no, and one attorney would say it depends on the situation. If we as legislatures with experts can't determine what we can and can't do in the laws in Alabama, what chance does the firefighter, what chance does the police officer, what chance does the city worker, and what chance does the teacher have to understand what we can and can't do in ethics violations? That was the rhyme and the rationale for what we've gone through. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell.
Where's Jimmy? Where's Jimmy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely, I shall.
You shall, may you yield?
Absolutely.
All right, then. You know, I totally agree with the spirit of this bill, and I'm just being frank. I totally agree with it. I understand the need, the real need for this bill. You know, but I came in 2006, and this legislation came out of a back room to change the ethics codes back in 2010. This occurred in 2010, and it was set up. I voted against it in 2010 because it was a rush. It was a rush thing, and we made, there were a whole lot of mistakes that nobody would listen to. So because of that, you know, I had to adapt and adopt to the new code of ethics, you know. Now, the problem I have, and this is, though I agree with the spirit of what you're doing, the problem I have, I didn't create this problem. You weren't here, so you didn't create this problem. You know, and it would behoove all of us to try and solve the problem. But I also understand the politics of propaganda. I guess that's the best way to put it. And as a Democrat in a state that is basically majority Republican, I will get tagged as the one that don't want ethics in the state of Alabama. So I want all of these people that are listening and all of these organizations that are going to be writing about the ethics, be it good or be it bad, I want you to understand that A.J. McCampbell believes in a strong ethics position. But there are problems with our current ethics laws that need to be fixed. But do not say that A.J. McCampbell voted for this new ethics law, and he is one of the ones that have caused it to be weakened, because that's the propaganda that will be out there. And as a Democrat, I cannot afford for people to be writing that the Democrats weaken the ethics laws. I hope you understand where I'm standing. Now, my position right now is I didn't create it, I'm not going to try and hurt it, and I'm not going to try and help it. So that sounds like an abstention to me because of that. But I agree with the concept. I agree that it needs to be fixed. No need in me standing here and being naive that it doesn't need to be fixed. But I want the people that messed it up to fix it and then take responsibility for being the ones that fixed it. Because you have an AG out there and you have the chairman of the Ethics Commission. They are out there, advocating against it right now.
I am one of the few people in Alabama that can get Tom Albritton and Steve Marshall to agree on anything.
I see you are. You've done a good job too. Now, but that's the problem. You know, that is the problem. You came and you talked to us and you told us some of the problems. Tell us some of them right now so I can.
The intent of the bill is twofold. The first is to put some oversight over the Ethics Commission. To the extent of right now, I believe by September of this year, there's one vacancy that's already been vacant for 2.5 years. There's another spot that has been serving, I want to say year 7 of a 5-year term. And there's 2 more spots that will be past their term by September the 1st of this year. So you have all of these vacancies and expired terms serving on the Ethics Commission as it is right now.
And let me ask you this. There is nothing in the current law that would allow us to address that issue, or are we even trying to address it?
The Speaker of the House has an appointment, and his appointments are up to date. There is another appointment by the governor, and there's another appointment by the President of the Senate, Lieutenant Governor. I can't speak for anyone through that process. I can just tell you right now there's a vacancy that's been there 2.5 years. Right now there are people that they serve a 5-year term or until their replacement is named. So you have people that have just been serving well past their 5-year term because their replacement hasn't been named. That's just not good government as we get through this process. I think there are also concerns with making sure that if you have an agency that is required to talk about the punishment of anyone. If you're talking about someone sanctioning someone to investigate criminal matters, to investigate civil matters, and there's no oversight, there's nobody that has to answer to the people that has anything to do with that spot. The current director is appointed by the members of that commission. He doesn't answer to anyone other than the members of that commission. Once he's been confirmed by the Senate that first time, he can serve continuously other than the members of the commission. I think if you're dealing with something along those lines, if you're talking about investigations, if you're talking about prosecutions, if you're talking about these things, it's best to make sure that there's somebody that doesn't have a kingdom up, that's somebody that has to answer to the people that has oversight over that commission. I think the more people, the more public, the more light that shine on this process, the more involvement of the people, the better it is for everyone.
Well, and my concern is the people, just like we really don't know what our ethics laws do right now as legislators, the ones that supposedly made the law. But it affects, as you say, city council people. It affects our teachers. It affects our police officers. It affects all these public servants that are out here just trying to do a good job, and you are saying that they could get caught up into some of the things that could really cause them some problems simply because they don't know.
It affects directly, by that report, it affects directly over 300,000 people. By the time you include their extended families, I've heard reports as high as 1.2 million people that would fall under our ethics laws as they are today, which is almost a quarter of our population. And nobody knows what you can and can't do.
Okay. Well, as I said, I understand the need for it. I understand the problem. But I just can't be a part of the solution today, and I want it, and that is because there are people don't look in our state don't look at it from the reality of the situation. They look at it through political lens, and as a political, I understand how that political lens turns and looks at me. So, I really wish you well in this endeavor, because I understand the need for it. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Cobbin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Simpson, just want to thank you for bringing this piece of legislation. That's a big challenge, so just admire you for taking that challenge, and you may need one of those drinks in Marshall County when it's over. Just want to congratulate you for taking this challenge.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just think somebody left their notes up here.
Oh, okay.
I was just looking at them, making sure they were okay notes. But I appreciate you coming to explain the bill to us earlier. And my rationale is because, like I said in the meeting, it's so much information that has been put out about what the bill is. And from the information that you gave us, it is not. And we do appreciate it. I guess my only major request, and I know you want to get your bill out today, is that I surely would have liked to have had more time to digest it, because I understand that it is needed. And I tell you, when the House and the legislature passed the last bill, I was for a few minutes on the committee. By the end of the committee, I was put off the committee because the bill came into the committee as a 10-page bill. By the time we got ready to vote, it was a 200-page bill. Then by the time we got on the floor and said, read it at length, it was completely different from what we passed in the last few minutes we was in the committee meeting. So I do know that in practice, a lot of things needed to be changed, but because we didn't have, or I didn't have, that opportunity to be able to keep up with what was going on, and I guess it's a request in the future, if you are chairing to have another bill similar to this, that we put in there some method where the whole body can keep up with it and ask questions as we are going, because the committee just don't follow through and bring the information back so that all of us will be up to date on what's going on. But from the information that you and Anthony gave, I realized there's been a lot of misinformation given about how now it just turns everybody loose to be corrupt. So I do appreciate the spirit of what you've done here. And if we have, any additional corrections, that is the beginning point for the future for us to make it better. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Calhoun, Representative Robertson. Be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Thank you so much for bringing this bill. I know you put a lot of hard work into it, and you're diligent in everything you do, so I really appreciate you looking at this and figuring out to make it more accessible to us and more understanding. Like you said, it's confusing to us, much less somebody that doesn't do this every day, so, and has the resources we do. So thank you. Thanks.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote.
Table the first, table the first two.
Clerk lock machine, record vote, 80 ayes, 3 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Simpson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a substitute that was from committee. I'm going to move to table that substitute and we'll bring a floor substitute that was distributed to the body Thursday, a week ago.
Okay, y'all had the opportunity to see the floor sub last Thursday as the gentleman brought it to the floor. You've heard the explanation on tabling the committee sub. Clerk unlock machine, if you want to table the committee sub, your vote will be aye. If you do not want to table the committee sub, your vote will be no. Clerk unlock machine, the members will vote. Clerk lock machine, record vote, 79 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been tabled. Chairman Simpson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would make a motion to adopt the floor substitute.
As a motion, the adoption of the floor substitute. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Yes.
Thank you.
Here's the floor sub.
You got the number? Got the right one? All right. I'm just checking to make sure they was talking about the number that I have, or the identifier, is FYEG 555-1 at the top of the page of the, making sure I'm on the same thing that you're on.
I have USJ 7XXD1. Is that not the right?
That's not what I have. That's the one I took from up here. And that was the one that we got when I sent the group to the office.
That's the one from last week.
Huh?
Can I see?
That's not the one from last week.
Number is USJ 7XXD1. That's not.
Thank you. See now? Yeah, well.
Here's a Jimmy.
Now this says draft document.
It's not.
US 7, okay, it says USJ 7XXD-1.
Yes.
And it says draft.
Because it can't be an official document until I offer it, so I just offered it as the floor sub. That version is the official version.
Yes, this just takes this off.
Hang on.
But no, he said this is the floor. I don't remember. I'm not, would somebody clarify for me? When we have a floor substitute, it comes up as a draft document. This is the first time I've seen this during this session. I don't know why every time I get up here, I can't do.
This is the one. Correct.
That's not
right. So this is the actual. This was the floor substitute.
Let me look.
That's the committee substitute. No. This is it. This is it. This is it.
Well, why don't we have that one?
That is the same one he just offered.
Correct. So this is the identical bill.
But let me say this. We don't have what I am dealing with and what I thought I received on Thursday. Everybody seemed to be I thought I was the only one, but everybody else seems to have that. And my concern is that what you just showed me, this is the first time I've seen us get even as a floor sub, that this is a document for not official legislation. I've not seen this before on the floor sub.
Because we released that Thursday before it was a floor sub. So it was a draft until it became a floor sub.
So when I pull this stuff from here, this is what we had. That's what you're getting people have. That's what they have.
That what was supposed to be there was the floor sub, not the committee sub. We also emailed it out to everybody on Thursday.
Emailed over a week ago.
Over a week
I took
ago.
that piece of paper.
That you took the one that was there?
I'm old school.
I understand, and I'm not trying to pull a fast one on you.
No. I just want to, every time I come, I'm trying to make sure I have the right information that we are supposed to be discussing. So, when we did the ethics issue before, many of us, or some of us, a few of us were here for that. And that process was one that we thought was just kind of pushed through or rushed through. And so it causes me as an individual to always try to look and make sure I'm looking at the right piece of information and getting the right information from it. So I hate that we have this here. But so can you tell me, between these two documents, if I go starting on if I take this FYEG 555, you're not even looking at that, and go to USJ 7XXD-1, the difference is, what is this? What is this?
Yes, ma'am. Can I come over to you? Are you okay if I come to you?
No, but then everybody else that might want to know the answer won't know what you're saying to me.
I'm not going to say anything to you. I want to give you something.
Okay, all right.
This is the USJX 7XXD1.
That's what I have right here.
This is the highlighted portion. So the highlights are the difference between the FYE and this.
Okay, what page is that highlight on?
There's a few of them. So the first one is going to be on page.
All right, okay. All right. So can you, just before we go to looking at the highlights, would you tell me exactly did you have a substitute that was introduced in the committee? I mean, did you have did this come out of committee?
Yes, that came out of committee, yes.
This came out of committee?
Yes.
All right.
And then we made changes to the floor sub, and those changes on the floor sub are highlighted, and that's the difference between what came out of committee and what was on the floor sub.
All right. So. So what I'm the USD one is, and you're saying is this with some mark-throughs. Am I clear? This is this with mark-throughs.
The mark-throughs in the second one that you hand up, the committee one has been changed on the floor sub. The floor sub is the one that has the mark-throughs. That's USJ 7XXD. Those changes are highlighted in yellow. The difference between those two bills are highlighted in yellow.
But my question still is this from the committee?
Yes.
Good. So from the committee to the floor sub.
Somebody must have had the committee sub up there too. All right. So from the committee to the floor sub, could you tell me on the difference starting on, I can tell, going through the red lines here, I finally understand what that is. You're replacing something in blue. So I got that on pages 3 and 4. When we go to page 5, the information, I'm starting on line 120. Was a public, it said the information on the subdivision at the time of the use of disclosure. What was different? That's.
Can I see the floor, the committee stuff? Okay, so the definition in the committee sub on starting on line 120 says the information, line 120 says the use or disclosure of information under subdivision A3 was at the time or use of disclosure publicly known or readily available to the general public through the public servant's governmental body or any other public source. What this change is, it says the information under subdivision A3 at the time or use of disclosure was a public record under state law or was publicly known or readily available to the general public through the public servant's governmental body or at the time or any other public source.
So what you added to the floor was a public record under. All right, we might be working on something. And so I see on the the same thing happened on line 127. You added $1,500 as they, if anyone violates this
Lady's
section.
time has expired.
I'll be back. I'm gonna come back.
Will y'all talk with, see if she can get.
You recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Glenn.
Right.
Thank you.
Highlighted version.
Representative Simpson. Let me, I've gone through this bill. I've tried to go through the sub.
It's in the office.
And if you would just, for me, just indulge just for a moment. Let's go to these definitions. And I want to say to the members, I've heard several dates referenced, especially the 2010. I was a freshman legislator. We got called. That's when we used to do orientations on the campus of the University of Alabama. We were called into a special session. I had never walked in this chamber other than when I was a little kid. And the first bill that we had to address, and we stayed here until midnight almost, and I think we adjourned at 12:01 and we gaveled back in under a previous speaker. I had never passed the bill, but this bill, it was the ethics bill. And it started with a laundry list of other bills that came after it, and the Republicans had just come in. And I remember, never had debated a bill, and I came to the microphone, and at that time, the minority leader said, "Get up to the mic." And I said, "For what? I've never," he said, "Look, you're a legislator." Craig Ford was here, and I got to the microphone, and at that time, I think we had 20 minutes that we could talk. But long story short, all I remember saying is the same thing make you laugh.
I'm sorry.
All I remember saying that day was the same thing that makes you laugh will make you cry. And at that time, it was a jubilee because the Republicans had taken the majority party over at that time after 136 years. But as I look through this bill, and I hope that you will walk me through it right quick, because I'm concerned that there's been one thing that has held true with this bill that for some reason, when we had to start doing the ethics training, I stood up one year and I said, listen, and at that time, Jim Sumner and others were here. and it was dealing with the term thing of value. Can you show me in this bill where we're addressing a thing of value and if we have actually defined what a thing of value is? Because if someone is convicted of anything dealing with this ethics law in court, it will be left up as a matter of interpretation to any juror or potential juror that may be seated for the purpose of adjudication in the law. And I thought that we would at least be addressing a thing of value and properly defining what that is, instead of it remaining so subjective to the trier of fact. And I don't see that definition in here. And so if you would just expound upon that for me and then go into the specific changes that you all are proposing with regards to this floor sub.
Okay. So with respect to thing of value, we've kind of gotten away from the thing of value definition and we've used anything. So specifically, if you look under page 3, under the offense of bribery, under line 71, he or she offers, confers, or agrees to confer anything upon a public servant or a person publicly associated with the public servant. So if anybody offers anything, then that would be bribery. Now, as a public servant, if you go down to line 77, while a public servant, he or she solicits, accepts, or agrees to accept anything for himself, herself, or any other public servant, and upon agreement. So we've taken that level out, and you're just saying if you accept anything for the basis of being a bribe, then that could be a...
But now it can be tricky under the law, Matt, because a thing of value, we're not just dealing with it under the law as if it were taken for a bribe. It could be for uses and purposes, and we've seen individuals currently under the old law convicted because of uses and services, copies, things of that nature. So you're only now, the way it reads here, it's only pertaining to if he or she is being bribed or considered to be taking a bribe. My question and concern relative to these ethics laws has been, when you say that I received a thing of value or anything that is relative to that thing of value, and it's even outside the lines of just a bribery, that becomes problematic.
Okay, if you look on page 2, on line 54, the next crime other than bribery is use of office for pecuniary benefit. So that will be thing of value, the language that you're looking at. And it's a benefit in the form of money, property, commercial interest, or anything else in the primary significance of which is economic gain.
This is where the problem comes.
Okay.
Because I could have a business, or you could have a business, and something could arise, and just the fact that I may be the one who may be bestowing a benefit or receiving a benefit for which someone is making copies for me. I'm just using this because I think this was a part of one of the cases that was ultimately tried here in the state of Alabama. So that's, to me, here again, that's the hiccup. And instead of defining, or at least beginning to define, and it could be a laundry list of things, just like lewd acts or crimes of moral turpitude, let me say that. But I just feel like if we're going to do this, do it right, because we are literally, and I hope the people in here that are understanding this is a law that we are literally criminalizing ourselves. And I know General Marshall said that we are decriminalizing with Steve Marshall. Like I've come here every time. I don't care when I call. I can go talk with him. He allows me access to address the issues and concerns that I have. And it's no disrespect to him, but we are furthering criminalizing ourselves if we pass this legislation, and it's gonna pass. You know, I'm not concerned about the amount. And as I stated in 2010, I ain't nobody buying me nothing anyway. You know, whatever I need, if I need to get it, I can get it for myself. But at the end of the day, I don't know who, and just as I said in 2010, but long story short, let's get back to this. So you're saying that line 54, page 2, and the definition of this pecuniary benefit takes us into a further definition of thing of value?
No, I'm saying thing of value is no longer the phrase that we're using.
You may have changed the phrase, but the intent of the use of that name is still there. You just named it something else.
So it also has a further definition of what all that benefit would be. So it's not just, so it's money, it's property, it's commercial interest, or anything else, and the primary significance of which is economic gain.
But it goes back to, I used the example of even making copies, or somebody's doing printing for me. Again, this happened in a previous case that of someone who used to serve in this house that ultimately went to prison because that was also one of the accounts that he or she had been charged with. So I see what you're doing with it. You're changing the name instead of thing of value, but at the end of the day, the question is going to become used to that particular subject matter for which you are being accused. Jimmy, you can come on here from out right quick because I want to, because I need to get a straight answer.
Okay.
Okay, so where are you taking me, Matt? Representative Simpson.
Page 5, line 114, and if you start there, do you want Jimmy to answer, or hey, Jimmy can walk you through it?
In other words, it says, use of office person does not include certain things right here. Y'all can talk about it.
Okay, you can go ahead and expound upon it. It sort of kind of addresses
So
it.
we've kind of addressed like the copies that you're talking about. So, the exceptions that we have is the public servant is acting pursuant to another law, a lawful employment agreement, or agency policy. Second is the use of public property under the subdivision A2 is in the same or similar manner as available for use of the general public.
And I'm gonna cut you off right there because I want you to answer
your time.
my question. I don't have the 23 seconds. Why did you change the amount to $100?
Oh, for the gift ban? We wanted to make it a nice, even round number so people can understand, because $33 is right now it's $33. It's very difficult to understand if somebody wants to go to, you have a flat amount of, if you violate this, this is where you're going.
The ladies' time has expired. Question for the body now is adoption of the floor sub. Clerk will unlock machine and members vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 70, has everybody voted? Everybody voted. 79 ayes, 0 nays. Floor sub has been adopted. Chairman Simpson.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Final passage. Y'all got that down there? Oh, wait. Yeah, I do have a floor amendment. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Was the gentleman here?
Yes.
I just wanted to come to, at this point, having been on the committee that's been working on this, and it's not an issue where it's just something that's been rushed overnight as previous bill. We started back in the summer. We have had several different committees here and bringing in the experts from out of state, talking about the ethics bill, trying to sort out where we at, what we need to do, what's getting done. And then we went through it up until I think it was February that the bill first was sent out to the membership, and we've been able to go through it. And then I want to thank you for not only that, but accepting input, willing to make changes, to accommodate and work things to make sure that we get a good, solid ethics bill. I was not serving when the bill was made, previously changed, but I was working, and I remember that how it was rushed through. But this has really been allowed, as the farmer said, we kind of plowed the crop up, we let it lay it out, and we're ready to put it in the barn now. And I just thank you for the work you've done and to make sure that we move this thing. Has not been rushed, has had great input, and it's really been working well to make sure that this thing is where it exempts certain people who don't need to be, pay school teachers and stuff like that, exempts it, it clarifies that, and it really does a lot of help moving the things along. Some people may not be happy, quite understand, but I can assure you, it is much better understood than the one that passed previously. So thank you for your work on it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Chair thanks the gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I do have a floor amendment, and I think there's going to be 2 floor amendments. I have one, and Ms. Hall will have one.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 227 by Representative Simpson.
Chairman Simpson.
Okay, this bill will replace line 315 on page 12 with the following: communicate with the governmental body. Subsection 6, an agency head or his designee who provides or communicates information relating to policies or positions affecting the governmental body that he or she represents. Replace line 486 on page 18 with the following: impacted while serving as a member. Nothing in this subdivision shall be deemed to prevent a supernumerary district attorney from serving as a member of the commission. And replace line 505 on page 19 with the following: a public servant other than a supernumerary district attorney.
Heard the explanation of the floor a minute. Question with the body is adoption of the floor. Ms. Hall, have you got an amendment, or you want to speak on his amendment? Okay, yes, ma'am. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, speaking on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the gentleman, you talked a public servant.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean a public servant other than the supernumerary district attorneys? Why wouldn't they fall under? What about retired judges, et cetera, et cetera?
So what this is relating to is the makeup of the commission. With the floor substitute, the makeup of the commissioners, one would have to be a district attorney, one would have to be a criminal defense attorney, and one would have to be a former judge.
Wait a minute, let me get to that page. Bible 19. All right, now, could you?
Okay, so it's the bottom of page 17, top of page 18. So where this goes to is the appointing authority shall coordinate that one member who has served as a prosecutor within the district attorney's office for at least 10 years, one member who has served as a judge for at least 10 years, and one member who has worked as a criminal defense attorney with at least 10 years. Now, if you look on page 505, on line 505, what this says is it can't be a public servant that serves on the commission. So this is making an exception to that it can't be a public, the supernumerary district attorney would be able to serve part of the district attorney role. Does that make sense?
It makes sense if he wasn't serving. I mean,
he's supernumerary, so he's not serving as a district attorney. It's not somebody that's a current serving district attorney. It's a retired district attorney to allow a retired district attorney to serve on the ethics commission.
Retired.
But that's the phrase that they have is supernumerary. We had to put that in to allow a retired DA to be able to serve.
Is that the case? Is that for all DAs, or is that just for those that served a while back and then became okay? Mm-hmm. All right, I got that. But, okay. And then the other one is, so any other public servant may be appointed, may not be appointed except for those.
And that's the current law. No public servant can serve. This just allows for a supernumerary to fall under that.
And why did we think it was important to allow them?
Because on the line of list, if you have to have a DA that served 10 years, it's going to be difficult to find a DA that served 10 years that's not a supernumerary. We're trying to just be able to encompass to fill that spot to be able to get there.
A DA that served 10 years does not exist.
they'd be rare if they're not, if you eliminate the supernumerary from being able to serve, which is how it is in the current law, it'd be very difficult to find someone that has served that period of time that can continue to serve in the role on the Ethics Committee.
Really?
And this was a recommendation made by the District Attorneys Association.
I just figured that could have been, yeah, that seems, seriously, it seems kind of strange for me that you couldn't find somebody that had served 10 years. Now, you know, I'm limited in how much I know, but that just seems like that would be one of them. There was one other question. You had, looking on page 48, line 486 on page 18.
Yeah, that just says the same thing, a public servant other than a supernumerary, so it allows the supernumerary to serve.
All right, and then a public servant, oh, got it. Thank you. I think I'm clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would move for adoption of the amendment.
Latest question for the body is the adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 82 ayes, 0 nays. Sub has been adopted.
Ms. Hall, I believe you have an amendment as well.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you would go to page 17, looking at lines 471 and 472, we're adding the following and replacing the Director of Securities with the following words, of the House of Representatives. So we're looking for the makeup of the committee that would include the House of Representatives, the Secretary of State, and on an alternating basis, either the House of Representatives Minority Leader or the Senate Minority Leader.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 227 by Representative Hall.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. You'll speak on the amendment. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van, speaking on the amendment.
What was that page? What was that page? Page number I had. Okay.
Paul.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you explain your amendment again and tell me what your rationale behind it?
The rationale behind it is one, to make sure that there's an opportunity as we move forward with this committee to making sure that we would have a person of color to serve in that position. And the only way we would get that without making that statement would be to allow the minority member of the House and a minority member of the Senate, but they would alternate because they would not serve at the same time. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. You've heard the explanation of the floor sub.
Mr. Speaker, I consider this a friendly amendment.
Okay. The sponsor does consider the friendly amendment, so you're in favor of the amendment. Your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote will be no. Clerk unlock machine, the members will vote.
Thank you.
Clerk lock machine, record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
That is the question. Final passage of HB 227 as sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 79 ayes, 9 nays. HB 227 has passed as amended and sub.
Thank you, members of the body. Thank you, members of LSA. Thank you to Vaughn. Thank you, everybody, for the hard work. The members of the committee, I have to thank the members of the committee for as much time as y'all spent together this summer. We got to know each other really well over a non-fun issue, and I cannot thank you guys enough for all your effort and hard work.
Congratulations. Great job, Matt. Clerk Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 3 of the calendar, House Bill number 103 by Representative Pascal relating to the Board of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition. Members, HB 103 is one of the 13 military bills we talked about earlier today. This is the same bill that was passed 2 years ago by, at the time was Chairman Reynolds. This body passed that bill, and the Senate did not pass it. The Senate ran out of time. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll request the BIR.
That is questions, the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote, 100 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Pascal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As mentioned, this is the same bill that we passed 2 years ago. If there is no questions, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask for the final passage.
That is questions, final passage of HB 103. Clerk will unlock machine, the members vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes, 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 103 has passed.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 42 of the calendar, House Bill number 284 by Representative Starnes relating to the military.
Representative Starnes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 284 is the Alabama GI Dependent Scholarship Program for the dependents of qualifying disabled veterans. This bill will require qualifying schools receiving tuition reimbursement and benefits on behalf of veterans and their spouses, widows, or children under the Act to make use of offsets and write-offs of unpaid educational fees to the same extent as tuition reimbursement benefits received from the United States Department of Veteran Affairs. So basically, if tuition was $1,500, the program pays $1,000, and then $500 would be write-off from the institution. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
Sure, recognize the lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any restrictions as to the institutions that can participate? Will all higher ed institutions be eligible, or certain institutions? Because that has been a problem in the past.
It's all qualifying schools, and I have a list.
Okay, how are they, what's the qualification?
I don't know what the qualifications are, but it's already a list of schools, if you want me to read them off, or you have.
Would you please?
Yes. Alabama A&M University, Alabama State University, Athens State University, Auburn University at Montgomery, Bevel State Community College, Bishop State, Central Alabama Community College, Chattahoochee Valley, Coastal Alabama Enterprise State, Gaston State, George C. Wallace, J.F. Drake State, Jacksonville State, Jefferson State, John C. Calhoun, Lawson State, Laurleen B. Wallace State, Marion Military Institute, Northeast Alabama State, Northwest Shoals, Reed State Technical College, Shelton State Community College, Sneed State, Southern Union, Trenholm State Technical College, Troy University, University of Alabama at Birmingham, University of Alabama in Huntsville, University of Montevallo, University of North Alabama, University of South Alabama, University of West Alabama. And then we have qualifying private schools, which is Ambridge University, Birmingham Southern College, Faulkner University, Huntington College, Miles College, Oakwood University, Sanford University, South University, Spring Hill College, Stillman College, Talladega College, Tuskegee University, U.S. Sports Academy, University of Mobile.
Okay, thank you, because I was listening for Tuskegee for years. We were out of that list. So I wanted to make sure that we were still in that list.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure, thanks, lady. We have a guest in the gallery from West Alabama Works from Tuscaloosa, Mr. Donnie Jones, and somebody by the name of Kyle South. I don't know. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Thank y'all for being here. The guests of Representative Bolton.
If no question, Mr. Speaker, we'll move for the final passage of House Bill 284.
Okay, let's get the BIR first.
Okay, yes, sir.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted.
If no questions, Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
That is the question's final passage of HB 284. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machines, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 284 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 36 of the calendar, House Bill number 22 with substitute by Representative Gidley relating to education.
Representative Gidley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you some background on this House Bill 22, and then we'll seek you for the BIR. Let me give you background. This is an assistant principal bill. Thank you. Appreciate all the help I can get. This is number one. Public schools in Alabama are funded through the Federal Foundation Program. Teachers, counselors, administrators are referred to as units in the Foundation Program. All schools automatically earn a principal. The Foundation Program uses the school's student enrollment, the average daily membership, to determine whether the school earns half or whole of an assistant principal unit. To earn one state-funded assistant principal, an elementary school must have 750 or more students. A middle school must have 500 or more. And over half of Alabama's 1,074 elementary schools do not earn a state-funded assistant principal unit. The role of the school principal is increased with the passage of legislation, both state and federal. Alabama schools have increased discipline issues, instructional demands, and community demands for school safety. Without an assistant principal, the adult left in charge of the school, if the principal must be absent, is often a counselor or teacher and often does not have the training to deal with the discipline. And let me tell you quickly the bill purpose. The bill defines the role of the assistant principal in relation to the school principal. The bill details the responsibilities that may be assigned to the assistant principal, including school safety, discipline, instruction, and management. The bill also says that each K-12 school must have an assistant principal if funds are available. This is not an appropriation bill. It does not change the calculation for earning an assistant principal. Many systems use local funds for an assistant principal. This bill, if funded in the Education Trust Fund, would allow local school systems to use local funds for local needs. Mr. Speaker, if there's nothing else, I would ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern, and I know your intent is a good intention, but all schools don't have assistant principals. All school districts don't have the monies to have the full complement of assistant principals that they need. That's the first thing. And I understand it is there's no additional dollars that's being required of the budget in order for you to have assistant principals at every school. And I notice in there that in cases where they might have more than one, that is something that's almost non-existent, where you would have two assistant principals, anything greater than one. But on top of that, if you look at all the requirements that we have put not only on our teachers, but on our administrators over the years, and we've not gone in and assessed it. And I think that's why I get I get a little disturbed when we continue to bring bills to say what our teachers and what our administrators can do, but we haven't gone in to see the abnormal large amount of paperwork that they're already responsible for. So I think when we do pass bills like this with no additional funding for them, I think we do them a great disservice. I understand what your intent, and I wish that every school district did, and even within the district had their full complement of assistant principals at every high school, every middle school, every elementary school, but they just don't. And then with all of the concerns that we have that come into our school districts now, we take away funds and giving them to charter schools. We've taken away funds and given them to private schools. We've taken away funds and we've given them to virtual education. The problem with all of that is that then it reduced our ability to put the proper fundings in public school that the Alabama Constitution originally provided for. And so therefore, the problems that we see and those additional duties you're talking about, we're not able to address them appropriate because we're spreading the education trust fund budget so thin without first going into our public schools and identifying what the concerns were, and then deciding by working with the educators, how do we best address them? We haven't done that. But I do believe your intent is a good intent, that assistant principals could help with this, but right now they so overwhelmed from day to day. Just visit a couple of them. Sometimes you go to a school and they run around like a chicken with his head cut off.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's just so much going on, and our children are being exposed to so many things that happens from the home that they bring into the school, that you're not only your principals and assistant principals, but your teachers are having to deal with on a daily basis. And there's got to be some type of solution to it. And I think that one thing we ought to do, we need to stop giving out so much money away from public schools to other schools that have been developed, and go into our public schools and do an evaluation or collect the data to know where our problems are. Because one of the things when you're talking about, even to give you some examples of things that happen in a run of a day in the school, if you catch young people that's going into the bathroom, anything could be happening, from drug usage to anything. When you look at some of the children that come into the school system now, they got so many problems that's coming from the home that we're not adequately preparing our teachers for, our assistant principals for, nor our principals. But like I said, I'm not going to take up all my time, but I do encourage us as we bring forth possible solutions to what's going on in our schools, that at some point we do the appropriate assessment of what happens in a rural school, what happens in an urban school, what happens in all of our schools. Then once we could see that, then sit down with the professionals to come up with some adequate solutions to the problems, because this legislature is constantly throwing things out. And yet, at the end of the day, we don't always see the results that we were looking for, because there are other issues that take precedence over what the legislature that we pass is addressing. So thank you for being attentive for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moore.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Morgan, Chairwoman Collins. Be the second person on the BR.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for working with all of school systems around the state was the need, especially in our elementary and our middle schools,
Yes.
to have more assistant principals.
Absolutely.
And what your bill tries to do is to actually add definitions of what they would do.
Exactly.
And so and you expanded that through committee, and so I want to say thank you for doing that. I think this can make a big impact on especially our elementary schools and middle schools.
Thank you, Representative Collins,
Thank
and that's exactly the purpose of this, is
Thank
to help. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Escambia, Chairman Baker.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative Gidley, thank you, as Chairwoman Collins already alluded to, bringing this bill. The assistant principals, the vital role that they play. Many of us, as we maybe have an opportunity to be in our schools or hear direct feedback from those out in the field.
Exactly.
About that they would enjoy there to be a little bit more support in whatever avenues that would be. So whether it be discipline, which is a part of one of the duties of the assistant principals, but things such as that. And so one of the items I think that we get very concerned with, and I think even Representative Mary Moore once again had mentioned this, and that would be unfunded mandates and all. And so that was something that I think that would be of concern, but that's not a part of what this bill. This bill does state that if funding is available.
Exactly.
But it does emphasize that this is a strong pursuit.
Yes.
For us going forward in trying to get an assistant principal in every school going forward.
Exactly.
Try to provide that extra support that would be of great value to the teachers in the classroom.
Yeah, this bill defines that role, and then, of course, as you stated, states as the funding is available. So it's the first step to push this on down the road. Yes.
Right. So thank you once again for this. I think that much of the teaching staff out there, just the support staff, that they would very much enjoy some additional support, and not even more so, even just the head of each school, the principal, would enjoy having some extra support underneath them as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Baker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So as others have said, it certainly is a compliment to you to work on behalf of making sure all of our schools have an assistant principal. I think the concern that I have is in terms of the education budget. What does that cost look like, and what are the likelihood that all of the schools, some schools may end up with an assistant principal and some will not?
Well, this is, as it states in here, this is, of course, what this bill does, Representative Hall, it defines the role. It's the first step in defining the role of the assistant principal that hopefully will help us.
Can I stop you right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you telling me that the role of assistant principal today and the role that you defined are different?
Not necessarily, no. But this bill here, I don't know that we have a bill that necessarily that defines that role. This does. It also, it comes, and there may be, I don't know. But this also bill, is designed to push us toward putting assistant principals in each school. But notice in here it says, as the funding is available. So that's going to be determined by the, Budget Committee as the funding is determined available for those assistant principals.
So as one who was a classroom teacher, I certainly respect making sure that. I would venture to say there are already requirements for the assistant principal.
I'm sure there probably are, yes, ma'am.
I mean, otherwise, there are classes, academies, et cetera, training for individuals who want to be a principal. My concern is, just as my concern was with doing pre-K. We said it was going to be for all children, but when you look around, when you look for pre-K programs, all of our children don't benefit. They don't have that. And it concerns me because generally the places where that will not be would probably be the areas that have the greatest needs. And if we are really concerned about discipline and education, I have been out of the classroom for a while. I certainly believe that students should be in a classroom or at a school where they have a principal that believes that he or she can learn and welcomes them into an environment where that is happening. And I also believe in discipline. And so I'm not opposed to the bill, but I'm just making this point that as we do this, I do think it's important as opposed to when funds are available, because when the funds are available, they're probably going to be at those schools who have that tax. That's what are you talking about from local funds, or you talking about from the state funds?
Well, this would come from state funds if as they are available. Okay.
So the state funds would go into where the local was not able to make sure there is an assistant principal there.
Okay, I'll repeat that again.
So you would provide enough state funding to a school system that would need funds for that additional, for that assistant principal, but it would not necessarily be coming from the local funds. Because there's some systems do not have extra.
And you notice that one of the things I mentioned here is that now there are some schools that use their local funds.
They do.
Many schools don't.
My school system is one of them.
Right. This would hopefully help free up some of those local funds for schools to be able to use them for local things as we move forward with this.
You think so? Are you kidding me? If the state offers that money, you think this? Oh, I'm sorry. You really believe that?
Well, Reverend Hall, I can't answer that. I don't know exactly how that'll work, okay? I just know that we have an issue in our school system. Let me just tell you a little bit about my background, Representative Hall. I have two daughters that both teach in public school. I have a son-in-law that's in public school. I have a sister-in-law that's in public school, and a brother that's a retired educator. Plus, I stay very close in contact with my schools. I've been on the phone with the superintendent yesterday. Other superintendents I've been in contact with today. And I met with them. And the week we were off 2 weeks ago, one of the things I did was I met with one of my school districts. And this is one of the things that they say would greatly benefit them if we could at least move toward putting in that assistant principal unit. As I mentioned a while ago, almost right at half of our schools don't have an assistant principal unit. They don't qualify for that. Putting that in would lift a lot of the load that Representative Moore was talking about a while ago, that many of our students, many of our teachers and administrators carry. So I think this is the first step in heading in that direction. Will every school have an assistant principal immediately? No, probably not. But it's a step in moving in that direction.
I'm not sure. I read it that it is as for school systems that were need. Maybe I missed that.
That was in my talking points that I gave a moment ago.
But I know I'm talking about in terms of reading in the bill. Maybe I missed that part, but I'll go back and look at that.
Yeah.
I agree with you. We certainly would want to make sure that if there is a need for an assistant principal, especially in a system which does not have it, then they would have that opportunity. My concern is, as I stated earlier, that the systems that do not have the resources, if the state doesn't provide it, then they are still without that assistant principal. And I'm looking for a way to make sure that all of the schools, I think that's the same, your goal as well.
That would be our eventual goal, yes, ma'am.
And
yeah, absolutely.
And would we start that by, from my thinking, is the ones with the greatest need.
Well, and right now our schools are determined by their attendance is how it's determined. So I'm sure that would be the same criteria. It's called the ADM, the daily average daily membership. Yes, ma'am. That's how it's determined, and I'm sure that would be exactly the way it would be determined going forward.
But not based on need. We'll talk more.
Thank you very much, Representative Hall.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 92 ayes, 3 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Gidley.
Mr. Speaker, I do have a committee sub.
Care to explain your sub?
Yes, sir. Basically, in the committee sub, we just simply added In the event that there are more than one assistant principal, the local superintendent of education or his designee will determine how to divide those duties.
Okay, we've heard the explanation of the sub. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van. Speaking on the sub.
Representative Grant, I'm really honored. I was a little disappointed. I suppose you weren't going to come speak on my bill, but I'm so honored you're coming to speak on my bill. Thank you so much.
I get that a lot. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. Listen, when I really just don't understand something, I'm not ashamed to say it. I just don't. I'm trying to understand, why are we defining? Is it our role to define or to change the job description of a principal and a teacher? Because this is something that could easily be done on the local level within the school board themselves. They can change those roles and objectives in the job description of the assistant principal. So I guess I'm confused by that. And then maybe I need to try to really understand where you're trying to go.
The issue is that almost half our schools in Alabama do not qualify for an assistant principal. In creating this bill, we're creating the benchmark to help move us toward hopefully getting assistant principals eventually at every school as funding is available. And this is a very essential thing. This is something that I hear relentlessly from our educators would be a major move forward in helping them both with discipline and other things that go on in the schools. So major issue for our superintendents.
I guess.
And teachers.
I'm trying to understand the mechanics of us providing or making giving this definition. I'm still trying to figure out why we on the state level, why we're doing this. Because the principals and the school systems make changes yearly as it relates to job descriptions. So I'm trying to get to your objective. You're changing the job description. Now, am I correct? Of an assistant principal or the roles?
Not necessarily. We're just defining it. Okay.
But it's defined whenever they go to fill. Is it not defined when you go to fill out a job application in the school system?
But almost half of our schools do not have an assistant principal qualify for that. This defining role through the legislature would hopefully help move us toward putting those in more of our schools and hopefully all of our schools eventually.
But could we not ask the systems? I guess I'm just trying to figure out, why are we getting excessively entangled with this? Is something that should easily be remedied on a local level by a school board, because they are the ones who define the job descriptions of their educators, and sometimes those job descriptions are modified yearly. So I'm just confused as to why we as a legislative body have to define what the role or job description of an educator is in a school system. And I know you said you met with superintendents. That could have been something that a school system could have, as an elective body, could have easily done, that should not require us here on the state level. I think this is excessive. I mean, I understand what you're trying to do, but this idea that we are defined, I never heard, and I guess I need to research that, of a school, of a legislature defining the job description of an educator on that particular job within that system, because that should be the role of the system and those who will supervise those educators. So if you're trying to get to another funding stream, even with that, they determine those are based upon a scale yearly throughout the school system. I represent a lot of educators, a lot of them, and I'm proud to do so. So I'm just trying to figure out why we should be in the business of this. This is perplexing to me.
Representative, this gives us the ability by defining that to put a focus on it, also to motivate us to
But we can do
act
that by
as
put a focus.
it is, as the funds are available to do so.
As the funds are available, so tell me about the funds. You said as the funds are available,
Right.
and that's what I think threw me off. So what do you mean by that?
Well, just exactly that. I mean, these assistant principals will be put into place as the funds are available. I mean, that's, I don't know any other way to define
But
that
you're
and
saying
describe that.
these systems, are you saying SYSTEMS?
I'm not sure what you're talking about there. You've lost me.
Are you saying the word system? I can't understand your pronunciation or whatever are you saying when these systems are put in place?
No, I said this defines the role. It gives us a tool here now to begin to move toward, as funds are available, to now place assistant principals in as many schools as possible, and hopefully at some point in time in all
But
of
I
our
thought I heard you say systems twice. I was trying to see if you were saying systems. I mean, it's gonna pass. I'm not here. I'm just trying to get the clarity as to why.
It's a very important issue, and when you talk to
But this
to
is
the
an issue-
schools, as
it
I
is-
have done in so many occasions and spent so much time with them, it's an extremely important issue, and it's an issue that they are really, really, really encouraging
Now,
us.
you know,
to move.
at this point, if you had talked to Laura Ingle on Little House on the Prairie, I would still have this same issue. Why are we dipping that far over into a matter that should be local, that a superintendent of a school system should define what that role of a assistant principal or principal is? That's their role. And we don't define what the role of a police officer is. We don't define what the role of a doctor is. We don't define what the role, we don't define that. Those entities and authorities that supervise, that administrate over these particular individuals, they define those roles. You know, I'm only looking at it from the standpoint of why are we getting excessively entangled in something that should be handled on the local level? This is an administrative issue. If we have boards that are not doing that, it would be easier to go to those boards. And I understand they're saying it's a problem, but it's a problem that they could easily resolve, unless I'm missing something. Because if I don't know something, I don't know it.
Well, this is an issue that superintendents, our teachers and all are 100% behind. So that's my motivation there, is to do my
But they're
best to
behind
create
something, and I don't
everything
care
can
how,
do
and
to help
listen,
our school
superintendents
system
do not
be as
tweet me,
prosperous as
email me,
possible.
message me, Instagram me. If you all don't understand this, then you don't need to be an administrator, because this is the role of an administrator. And they can put this off on you all they want to. If you cannot define in your school system what the job description of an educator is, then you should not be in that job, nor should you be a superintendent. Now, whatever their rationale is, this is an administrative issue that we are taking on, and this is not our role as legislators to do. This is dealing with a job description. I have never, and we do a lot of things in here that I've never heard of, but I've never heard, and you know, you all right with me, Gidley, you already know that, but I don't see why we are getting excessively entangled. Superintendents, do your job with regards to this issue. And I work well with my superintendents, don't get me wrong. I have to go up against them sometimes with my clients if my client has been violated. So that's not it. Again, don't tweet me, email, text me, call me, whatever, because you know I don't care, number one. But this is alarming to me, and no disrespect to you, but when I see sometimes these bills, it takes me back to when I did get here in 2010. We had an 8-page bill that came back here, 40 pages. That was considered simple. But I'm lost on this one. This is something that should be handled on a local level. Y'all can vote it up or down, whatever you want to do. But this is, we should be then defining every job description in the state of Alabama where there's a shortage or an issue or something's missing from that particular area or jurisdiction or subject matter. And I just think that this is a dangerous precedent that we're setting today. But I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Chair, thanks, lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Randolph, Chairman Fincher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I know you put a lot of work in this bill and appreciate the effort you've made. And I know you work closely with your schools. I have worked in schools for a long, long time. I taught in a classroom for 31 years in the public schools. I was an administrator and teacher at a private school for 6 years following that. One of the first things when I arrived here in the legislature, one of the first places they sent me was to a conference out in Colorado, in Denver, Colorado. And the subject of that conference was the difficulty in finding assistant principals. And I never experienced that in Alabama. You have a lot of people in the classrooms of our state that work in those classrooms day in and day out that would jump at the opportunity to become an assistant principal and get out of the classroom. We are, you know, this, as you have said, this does not raise additional money to pay assistant principals. That would have to come some way, some other form later. So really, it's not going to expand in the immediate sense, I don't guess, the numbers of assistant principals. And I don't want to belittle the importance of administrators in our school systems. Principals and assistant principals are very valuable and can be a very large asset. But I have watched our schools over the years become top-heavy with administrators. And we continue to do that. We continue to fund more and more administrators. When I started teaching at a small rural school, there was one secretary there. And she was there for many, many years. She did her job, did it excellently. And at the end of the day, she had time to make phone calls to her friends. When she retired, there were 3 1/2 secretaries that took her place. We are adding guidance counselors. We're adding folks that are outside the classroom. As a teacher for many years, my point would be, if you really want to move the needle, what you need to do is not hire more administrators, not more support personnel who support your teachers in the classroom. You need to put more teachers in the classroom. And that's the key thing. As I said, I taught in a small private school, and every year I would notice students that moved into the public schools would be the valedictorians that had come through this small private school. And the biggest advantage that small private school had continuously want to expand those people in support personnel and not the teachers, not the actual teachers. And that scares me. In the last couple of years, we have passed bills to have teachers coach other teachers who should have been instructed in their colleges how to teach mathematics or English or whatever. We are taking some of our very best teachers out of the classroom and having them coach people on how to teach.
which seems counterproductive to me sometimes. And I hope we have success. I always want us to have success. But it worries me that our emphasis is on hiring assistant principals. And in schools, there is a role for an assistant principal. I agree with Representative Gavan. I don't think, and I brought this up in the committee meeting, I don't think it's our role to decide what the assistant principal does. I think that should be decided by the principal who is over that person, who is their superior. And so I just have some problems with the bill. I do see that assistant principals can be valuable in certain ways, but I think your greatest value will be added by actually hiring more classroom teachers, having boots on the ground who day after day instruct those students on a one-on-one basis or a smaller basis than what we have now. And I think that's the key to it.
Representative Fincher, thank you so much for those comments. Let me address a few of those things. And first of all, I 100% agree that we must keep our teachers in the classroom. That is a part of what this bill is about. Let me tell you something that principals have told me in principal meetings and different things. I asked a question specifically, and I said, if you're not in your school, who's in charge? They said, well, nobody, if it's a school that doesn't have an assistant principal. Now, here's what they normally,
May I make a comment since this is my time?
Okay.
If you ask a principal who they want, they're going to say an assistant principal, because that takes some of the load off them. They're going to generally tell you, I'd love to have an assistant principal. Some places they've got 3 or 4 of them that have different duties around the school. And the principal is, I'm sure, very happy to have them fill in those and take those responsibilities off his or her shoulders. So, you know, I do have problems with the bill. I don't think that's where we need to be focusing our attention here in the legislature. I think we need teachers, not more administrators. If you go into a central office now, there used to be a superintendent in that central office, maybe one assistant. I want you to go to your superintendent's office and count heads in there now as to how many people you've got with administrative duties that oversee a certain portion of what is supposed to be done. Maybe they're over the lunchroom or the bus drivers or somebody like that. Those people are administrators. They're not teachers, and they're not impacting directly the children of this state. And that worries me. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll let you make what comments.
Let me address some of that. One of the things that I've heard from many of our principals, and Mr. Speaker, you know, when you and I were in school and different things, this is a different world today. We're not even in remotely the same world that we were in even 10 or 15 or 20 years ago. It's a different world. Our teachers teach in a whole different situation. We're losing great teachers today. I agree with you. We must hold on to those good teachers, and we must recruit new teachers. But we're losing many of them. One primary reason is because of discipline. One of the things I'm going back to what I asked the principals, who's in charge? Nobody. Many times they put a teacher in charge if they have to be out of the building. If something comes up, that teacher's pulled out of that classroom. That is instructional time that is lost.
Yes.
That's why this particular thing is so important. And when I believe that many of our superintendents and administrators are saying, look, we need to make sure we keep those teachers in the classroom. So if I'm out of there in my school, especially elementary and middle schools, they're the ones that hurt the most, because they're the ones that most often do not have that assistant principal unit.
As a teacher, let me tell you that the best teachers you're going to find handle their own discipline. And the ones, you know, the ones that you find in school, you know, that you said you need to avoid Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so. Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so control their classrooms. And they were the discipline that was there. They didn't depend on somebody in a central office or somebody in the principal's office to handle that sort of thing. They were the type of people who could control students and maintain their own discipline. And obviously you cannot teach without discipline.
That's a fact.
But the students respect the teacher more, I think, if the teacher actually handles that discipline and is forceful enough to do that. And you don't need teachers who can't do that. You don't need them.
Well,
They're not the ideal of what you're after. I thank you for listening, and I appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
The previous legislator, amen, amen, amen. Because he's telling the truth. Some of the things I would hope you would listen to, first of all, we shouldn't be defining what the role of an assistant principal. They're already there. Now, my other concern that I underlined on my bill is funding. If a bill like this passes, the way it's going to be interpreted once it leaves Montgomery is that we got to have assistant principals. They're gonna miss that line that says if the funding is there, because the funding ain't gonna never be there. You know,
How can you say that definitively, Representative Moore?
I can say that because I've been on a school board.
Are you on the budget committee for the ETF?
I haven't been on it, but I've been here long enough, and we don't give nothing more when we do that count. When we do that count every year, it determines exactly, or as close as possible, what we're going to give those schools. They don't get extra monies from anywhere to have anything. They might lose a teacher or something during the middle of the year, and because you didn't have to pay that person a salary, you know, you might have those funds, but those funds are required to go to hiring another teacher. We did pass a bill to say that if you lost a teacher, that school's ability to hire as soon as possible, so the funds are there, they could go ahead and hire. But when you look at the way the state of Alabama is designed, and with those rural communities in essence, if you look at the ETF, they don't even generate the tax base to be able to take care of the school districts that they have. So we take from some of the urban districts to end up helping our rural areas that don't even have the tax base in the first place. And I would start to think that the area that probably would be suffering most from not having an assistant principal in the areas where they just don't have the monies to hire them. And in those cases, a teacher or some teachers might be doing dual role. You know, if, like you say, if a principal were to leave the school, and they will assign somebody to be in charge while they're gone. But we're not a state. I mean, the last few years, because of COVID and different things, we've had extra dollars then, but only thing that allowed us to do was to give the needs, because in that process, we put in giving monies to private school, we put in giving monies to charter schools. Every time we take that, a child goes to a charter school, private school, if we're going to give them monies, that takes those dollars and cents away from a public school. So there's no excess money unless there's going to be a windfall somewhere, or we're going to go into the rainy day fund or something to give some extra, but it's not the normal practice for the ETF to make it where a school is operating on excess funding. That's not the role that we play here. So unless they could look, maybe an organization somewhere might have a grant, but then how long would that grant last for an AP? You see what I'm saying? Most times they can't even address in our school district. They can't address some of the other crucial problems they have with discipline. Mainly because when you're dealing with discipline problems in our schools, it comes from so many sources. It comes from the home, all of it. Some of it are drug babies. Some children are just born with certain type of mental specialties that we have to work our way up to taking care of. Some of them, I've had a teacher that's had one of her students that's in the 2nd grade has a colostomy bag. One problem. Webbed fingers, second problem. Then she had a learning disability. That school wasn't able to take care of anything but try to get her into some special programs to deal with the learning disability. Student came from a private school, so from kindergarten to 2nd grade, nobody even dealt with the mental effect that it had on her to have both hands to be webbed. So there are so many issues that come into play. Schools just don't end up with excess money like that unless they're getting grants, but those grants are defined for special needs, or a special program. Because I underlined it on your bill about funding, and that's what concerns me. And I think if it's going to be a first step for what your intent is, we might as well go ahead and bite the bullet and say we're starting a program in the time frame you got in your bill where the state would allocate so many dollars for assistant principals, and it will go to the areas that need them the most. I think then we got a solution to what you're talking about. But to wait around and say we're going to have some money to hire somebody and keep them on board more than 1 year, I think that the role then that we play as legislators is have a beginning point to address those school districts who have the greatest need to put assistant principals in their schools and find out where those dollars can come from the budget at each year. Let us evaluate to see how many more schools we can bring on board. But I think it has to be state funded because I know the need is there. But my biggest concern, other than us defining what they do, is I think that if we want to do something to help, we need to go on ahead and put some money to it and say we'll start, our starting point in whatever year you got will be that so many schools that are the neediest schools, we'll put assistant principals in there because they're going to need to be continuous. We don't need to just bring them in because we got some extra funding here. We need to bring them in and keep them.
I agree with you 100%, and I hope you'll really get behind helping us get this funded.
Well, we need the funding. That's the type of bill I think we have, and I think this is a good time before we allocate any more monies to private schools that we take those dollars and put it to what your bill is trying to do, and those school districts that are in greatest need, let us do like the governor did with the K4 and K5 last year, where she went ahead and said, let's start putting some money because we didn't know we had that great of a deficit. So I think that's the way we accomplish what you're trying to do, is put that money there. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that support. Absolutely.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, President Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just have a level of pause for this particular bill. One, my wife is an assistant principal. And I think that this piece of legislation does more than what we really needed to do, especially when we get into defining roles of assistant principals. When we get into defining roles of assistant principal, we take away from the authority of the superintendent of the schools, as well as the principals in the particular school. The direction for assistant principal is from that particular principal and is determined by what goes on or the needs that are in that particular school. You're right. A lot of schools don't have assistant principals because they don't have the particular units or enough units that require for an assistant principal. But that is still determined by the superintendent. Case in point, one of my schools used to have 2 assistant principals. Now it's down to 1 because of the population. There's going to be another population dip as they move the 6th grade to the high school, and now to just be K through 5. Well, that still is under the superintendent's discretion. As he stated, I'm not going to do that principal like that, leave her without an assistant principal because they have that system in place according to the needs of that school.
Okay, so if that school falls under, if that's a middle school and it falls under the 750 student range, then they would not qualify for assistant principal unit based on Education Trust Fund.
Well, it's an elementary school, but it is determined by that superintendent due to the needs of their particular school. I don't think we need to be in the business of taking away the authority as well as the responsibility of those who are educators in regards to educating our children. I'm trying to understand what that particular target is for this particular legislation, and one of the things that sticks out in my mind is the fact of the first thing that is stated, or responsibility for us for a assistant principal, specifically within elementary schools or even high schools or middle schools, is discipline or handling thereof of discipline. If we really want to deal with our children and their education, let's look at how we can support and fund K3, K4, K5. One of the most, and I get it, one of the most things, most responsibilities that most assistant principals do is handle discipline. But in handling discipline, if we affect change at that early age, then discipline would not be as such of a problem as we have it today. And I understand what your goal is. But if every principal that I have talked to said the same thing that you said, hey, yeah, I would love to have an assistant principal. You know why? It cuts their level of responsibility that they would have to do. If a principal don't have discipline, and either A, that principal does the discipline, or someone that particular principal designates. And I guess all I'm saying is, I think that we're overstepping that boundary. We're getting too much into the detail and the weeds of the day-to-day operation of all of our schools, or our schools, especially when we define or trying to define roles and responsibilities for staff that should be directed by their immediate supervisor and or their area supervisor or that superintendent of their schools.
Yeah. Now, there is, if you look at here, Representative Sellers, there's, it says, for example, right here, board policy, bylaws, but not limited to. So there is leeway there, of course, for the superintendent, principal to have flexibility in those responsibilities and those roles. But I disagree just a little bit with the fact that an assistant principal is taking away some of the principal's ability. Actually, by having that assistant principal unit, it actually gives the principal the ability to do what their role is, and that's administrative. So many of our principals have to do administrative work. Right in the middle of it, they're interrupted to deal with discipline or a family issue or whatever. And again, with the idea that they also, principals have to be out of the school often. who's left in charge? Somebody that has to come out of the classroom, a secretary that maybe is not trained in how to handle conflict resolution. And I understand, I'll be the first one to say this will not fix all of our problems in our schools. But by defining with this legislation here, it gives us the ability now to begin to work toward filling those roles. They won't all be filled immediately. We probably understand that. But it gives us now the teeth to begin to work to fill those roles that can help alleviate much of the chaos that often takes place in our schools and spread out those responsibilities a little bit so the principal can be the administrator and is not always pulled away from those duties to deal with other issues.
But they have that ability or that discretion now as it exists. And so they have the ability, the superintendents have the ability, the principal has the ability to designate or even administrate her staff at all levels within that school. I just think that we are overstepping, we're getting too much into the details, into the weeds of day-to-day operations of the local school. Whereas let the professionals do what they are hired.
And I don't think this bill restricts them from that at all, not whatsoever. It's just helping us to push toward giving that extra support that'll bring extra discipline, that'll get a lot of load off of our principals and our teachers to allow them to do what so many of our good representatives have said they need to be doing, which sometimes they're unable to do now simply because of things that go on and nobody there to handle that at times.
But adding assistant principals may not be the best key to success. They are needed, yes, especially if the population and the units dictate that they need it. But leave it up to the superintendent and the principal to administrate their schools according to our state education.
Thank you.
Question for the body now is adoption of the sub. Clerk will like seeing the members of vote. Clerk will like seeing court vote. 72 ayes, 14 nays. Committee sub has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, if no other.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
You did.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 7 p.m.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are recessed till 7.